Good morning, 4-H members and ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to begin our beef showmanship and show team judging contest. And we'll start off this morning with the senior show teams and the junior showmanship. So for any of you who are not familiar with this day at our Provincial 4-H beef show, the junior showman will be going 2 times, and so at the end of the second heat for them, we will be giving those who advance to the showmanship final. Reason for them going twice is so that we have cattle for our show teams to adjudicate, so they'll be adjudicated by 2 show teams, each of the showmanship splits. So, welcome this morning, and we welcome in, first off, our show team, our senior show team that is adjudicating this class. We have Judge Paisley Robertson and her ringman Dryden Robertson. And our junior showmen in this class include show number 101 is Rexton Griffin from Hannah Rangeland 4-H Multi Club. 102 is Quade Cook from Rumsey Rally 4-H Beef, and 103 Blair Becker from Piers 4-H Multi Club. 104 is the junior showman Greeley Robertson from Irvine 4-H Beef. And 105 is Tulsa Smith from Stettler Silver Stars 4-H Club. This is their first of 2 heats of junior showmanship for this group of 5 junior showmen. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you the adjudicators we have helping us out today at the Provincial 4-H Beef Heifer Show. We're very fortunate to have a talented group of ladies that are helping us with adjudication today and judging our showmanship. First of all, I would like to introduce to you and welcome Justine Bullock. Justine, along with her husband Tyler Bullock, and their 2 girls, Indy and Scarlett, own and operate Prairie Cove Charlet, just west of Bashaw, Alberta. They raise Charlet cattle and have shown all over North America as well as in the United States with some very good success. Justine grew up on an Angus farm, which her family is still very involved in with today. The girls are very heavily involved in junior shows, and they believe there's nothing better than being at a cow show with kids. I couldn't agree more. Justin would like to thank 4-H Alberta for inviting her out today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank and welcome Justine Bullock. And adjudicating our show team judging today, we have 2 very experienced ladies as well. We would like to welcome Vicki Bradford. Vicki and her family live in central Alberta on farmland that's been in her family since 1907. They raise Angus and black and red Simmental cattle, And this past February, they co-hosted their 20th annual bull sale. Vicky and Peter and their boys have participated in 4-H and junior breed shows and have never missed a provincial 4-H beef heifer show when they were in 4-H. The skills that they gained, as well as the friendships that they made, were excellent. Let's put our hands together and thank and welcome Vicky Bradford today. And the other lady who is adjudicating show team judging for us today, we would like to welcome Paula Martin. Paula is a second-generation dairy farmer who married a hillbilly hoof trimmer with a few cows that they raised together in the Stettler area. Paula works a full-time job off the farm to keep her husband's dream of cattle alive, paying the feed bills. They have 2 children that they forced to show cattle in 4-H, so her and her husband could live vicariously through them. Although the kids have left the farm, Paula and her husband Dwayne still raise a few purebred and percentage cattle to keep Dwayne's dream alive. So let's put our hands together as well and welcome Paula Martin. And I'd like to turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready now for comments from our judge, Paisley Robertson.
Well, to start off, I'd just like to thank the 4-H Alberta Beef and Show Committee for having me and Dryden out here to sort through these cattle. They do a lot and they deserve a big thank you. To start off the class, I'm going to leave with the red 2-year-old cow. I think a cow that just does a lot of good, a really big-bodied cow. When you get behind her, she's just so explosive, and in terms of rib cage, and you just appreciate the udder and foot quality that she has, and I think just an easy way to start off the class. Following her is this black female, a female you appreciate for the length of body she has, a really big, a big bred, big-bellied, just one you'd maybe want to extend a little more in that front end in order to get her to compete any higher in the class today. Following again with another black heifer, a heifer you appreciate for how broody she is in her makeup. I'd just like to maybe give her some length and extension in order to get her to compete any higher in the class. The red female is a female you like on the profile just for her overall power. One that I'd just like to see a little bit more easier moving. She gets a little bit outside of herself, and I think that's where she finds herself today. The full blood that rounds out the class, a female you appreciate for the breed character she has. I think in order for her to place any higher in the class today, you'd just like to see a little bit more of her. But I think a really nice set of females today. Thank you.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Paisley Robertson and her ringman, Dryden Robertson. And these junior showmen will return to the ring for their second and final heat. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the next senior show team. We have Judge Erica Mathon and her ringman, Janine Smith. And we'll welcome back this same group of junior showmen for their second and final go. We welcome back to the ring our junior showman in this class. Entry 101 is Rexton Griffith from Hannah Rangeland 4-H Multi. 102, Quade Cook from Rumsey Rally 4-H Beef. 103 is Blair Becker from Piers 4-H Multi Club. 104, Greeley Robertson from Irvine 4-H Beef. And 105 is Tulsa Smith from Stettler Silver Stars 4-H Club. The showmen are in for the second time, and following this class, we will have some advances in showmanship to our junior showmanship final. I would also like to introduce to you 4-H members, and ladies and gentlemen, in our ring, we currently have Lexi Dietrich here, and she has joined us to take pictures at the Provincial 4-H Beef Heifer Show this year. Pictures, for your information, will be available on the Ag Plus Designs website. So thank you to Lexi, and also we're very fortunate to have with us here today Mr. Baxter Blair from Double B Media, and Baxter is putting together some always very creative and outstanding video too. So thank you to Baxter Blair from Double B Media. Let's put our hands together and welcome those two individuals to our show as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now I turn your attention to the ring and comments from Judge Erica Mathon.
First off, I'd like to thank the 4-H organizing committee for asking me to come out and judge this fantastic set of females today. To start off the class, I start with this cow. I have to give it to the cows that are already producing. I don't have the calf obviously here to judge, but given her udder structure and her overall power, I'd say she's probably doing a good job on this calf, and it's just nice to see a good udder structure so early on and square up on her. Moving on to this very big, powerful heifer here. I really got to give it to her for her femininity that she has along with all this power, wide over the top. Maybe the one thing I'd maybe give her is just maybe a little bit more heel, just to give her maybe an edge. Again, it's hard to see with the age difference, just to see how the udder's coming along, but I'd like to see what she looks like further in the future. Moving down to my third place heifer. She's big, she's wide. Maybe just lengthen up her neck, give her a little more femininity, just give her a little more edge over the one above her. But overall, nice third place heifer. And these last two, they get overpowered by the ones above them. This one coming in fourth, just give her a little more length of body, give her a little more time on feed, and we'd like to see what she comes out as farther in the future. And then rounding out the class, a good female overall, just give her a little more depth. She has lots of length of body. It's just that she just gets a little overpowered. So further in the future, maybe next year at the show with calf at side, she'd be a really nice female to see out here again. Overall, a really nice set of females, and a round of applause for this set of exhibitors for bringing them out today.
Thank you to Judge Erica Mathon and her ringman, Janine Smith. And when I have some numbers here, we'll give you those who advanced in showmanship shortly. So from that class, junior showman, advancing to our junior showmanship final from that class, entry 104, Greeley Robertson, and 105, Tulsa Smith. So advancing to the junior showmanship final, Greeley Robertson and Tulsa Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, we now would like to welcome to our show ring Judge Quinn Peterson and her ringman, Maya Nick Fingers Iluk. And we have a new group of showmen, and so we welcome in 106, Callan Gartner from Eagle Beef and Malty. 107 is Riley Kamala from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. 108, Michael Richards from Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef. 109, Piper May from Bowen Beef. 110 is the entry from Kaylee-Ann Baird from Hannah Rangeland 4-H Multi-Club. And these 5 showmen in for their first of 2 laps, 2 heats. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we're very pleased to have with us the DLMS crew today, and thank you to them for being here. Carter and Daisy are here with DLMS and broadcasting our beef showmanship and senior and show team judging today on DLMS. So anyone back at home, you can let them know it's being broadcast on DLMS and they can tune in and watch today's show. So let's have a round of applause and thank the DLMS crew for being here today. Turn your attention now, ladies and gentlemen, to the ring, and we're ready for comments from Judge Quinn Peterson.
To start off, I'd just like to give a huge round of applause for the Stettler Ag Society for letting us use this facility for the weekend. and also for the Provincial Heifer Show Committee for putting this amazing show on, and for Maya for being a great ring person for me. So I'd just like to give a big round of applause for them. To start off the class, I have this big, explosive red heifer. When you watch her on the move, she's just up in your face, and she's a big heifer. I love the way that she just presents herself. She's deep-bodied and long, and I think for me, she just comes to the top of the class easily for me today. And second, we have this other red heifer. This heifer doesn't match very, very well with this heifer, as she is a little bit of a smaller frame size. But for me today, she just comes to the top of the class. She's feminine, she's long-bodied, she walks out on the move very nicely, and for me, I think belongs in the second place today. Following in third, we have this deep-bodied, big black heifer. This heifer for me today, I believe, matched my first place heifer very well, but for me today, I think she's got to sit in third. I'd maybe like to change her leg and foot structure, and maybe the way she walks, for her to place any higher for me today. Then in fourth, we have this red heifer. This heifer, I think, is maybe just a little bit greener than the rest of the heifers. Maybe her foot quality is a little bit under the rest of the heifers. So for me today, I think she's just got to sit in fourth. But overall, a very good heifer, and I think she'll be good as a 2-year-old. Finishing off the class, we have this white and red heifer. This heifer, I think, just got overpowered. She's maybe a little bit greener, maybe a little less muscled than the rest of the heifers, but I think she'll be very good down the road. Overall, a very nice class of bred heifers.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Judge Quinn Peterson and her ring person, Maya Aluk. And those junior showmen will return for one more class. We now welcome to the ring Judge Sawyer Pohl and his ring person, Danica Anderson. And returning to our ring, the 5 showmen once again are 106, Callan Gartner from Eagle Beef 4-H Multi. And 107, Riley Kamala from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. 108, Michael Richards from Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef. 109 is Piper May from Bow Inn Beef. And 110, Kaylee Ann Baird from Hannah Rangeland 4-H Multi Club. Following this class, we will once again have some who advance to our junior showmanship final. The organizing committee is very excited that there are a great number of new 4-Hers for here at the Provincial 4-H show for their first time this year. And that is tremendous, and I would like to welcome each and every one of you. Tremendous to have several first-timers here at the Provincial show, and as the announcer, I would just like to share with you that if I do mispronounce names, I would very much appreciate that you come forward and let me know, because we will be having you in the ring again tomorrow for the show, and I really do strive to try and correctly pronounce names. So if I am mispronouncing your name, don't be afraid to please come and correct me. I would very much appreciate that. And welcome to each and every 4-H member, but especially our first-time members to the Provincial 4-H Heifer Show. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to turn your attention to the ring, and we now have comments from Judge Sawyer Pohl.
Before I get into this class of females, I'd just like to thank the 4-H Alberta show committee for putting on this great show. I think all of them deserve a big round of applause for putting on such a great show. Getting into this class of females, I decided to start with maybe a bit more moderate Angus heifer. I found she was just the smoothest on the move. I think when you get behind her, she's got good width in her pin set. She's really level from hooks to pins. I think one that just in terms of soundness is just the most complete for me today, and that's why I decided to start the class off with her. The big broody female coming into second, I found when she got on the move, she just wasn't as smooth as that female ahead of her. But when she's on the profile, she just has so much power, length of body. I think maybe for me, she's a bit over-conditioned for what I'd like to see, but still a really good, solid female to come into second. The black female I have in third, I found she maybe wasn't quite as wide when you got behind her as the female in second, but one in terms of front third, she's just maybe a bit smoother into her shoulder than the heifer above her. But I'd just like to extend her out through that front end maybe to compete with the two females above her. The heifer coming into fourth, I found maybe was a little bit less power compared to the females ahead of her. I think when you get behind her, she's still really solid, and I think she'll still go on to make a great cow. The Baldy I have rounding out the class is maybe a bit greener compared to the females in the class today, but still a really solid female, and I think these juniors all deserve a huge round of applause for bringing out such great females.
Thank you, Judge Sawyer Pohl and his ringman, Danica Anderson. And advancing in showmanship, advancing to our junior showmanship final from this class, entry 106, Callan Gartner, and 108, Michael Richards. Advancing in junior showmanship to the final, 106, Callan Gartner, 108, Michael Richards. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome to the ring Judge Jackson Denchikoff and his ring person, Adrian Denchikoff. And we welcome in another group of 5 junior showmen. First in will be show number 111, Garrett Rizika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef. 112 is Wyatt Saylor from Fallen East 4-H Beef Club. 113, Tegan French from Marathorpe Beef. 114 is Tell Peterson from Edgerton 4-H Multi Club. So there we have 113 once again, Tegan French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef. 114, Tell Peterson from Edgerton 4-H Multi Club. And also in this class, 115, Macy Lister from East Sounding Creek 4-H Beef. Your 5 junior showmen in for their first of 2 classes. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the ring. We're ready now for comments from Judge Jackson Denchikoff.
Before I get into any comments here today, I just want to give a big special thanks to 4-H Alberta for organizing and putting on this event, and the Stellar Agricultural Society for lending these beautiful grounds for the show can take place. When I was looking into this class, you get many different types and kinds and really got to sort out really what you like here. And this black female right here just comes with me as a complete package. I love her power. I love her foot quality. I love her femininity, how level she's out on the top. I just love when you get her out on the move. She's clean. She comes out nice under her belly. She comes clean out of her tail head, and is just a female. When I look at her, I really find many things I do like about her. Coming in this second place, I had this red April heifer, and for being the youngest female in this class by 4 months, she's the tallest, she's got most frame. You love the power and performance you have in her. She's one, when you look at her on the top, she's clean, she's stylish, you really like her when you come in her front end. Really, when I was looking at her and really compared to my first place, I really just want to make her a little nicer set in her hind legs, maybe increase her foot quality, but overall, a female, you really admire all her characteristics. The heifer in third one, I really like all her femininity. When she gets out on the move, she moves fairly well. Really today, what I really find and what she lacks compared to the front two is just foot quality and just the overall completeness of the other two, but I really admire everything this heifer puts out. This heifer in fourth, there's red female. She's tremendous when she gets on the move. She strides very cleanly. I really like her when you get on the side of her, but really when you compare it to some of these other females, she gets a little flatter made. When you get behind her, she's one that's a little high in her tail head, but still a female. You just like the overall soundness and flexibility of her. That for the rounds off the class. I like how level top she is. I like her foot quality. I just feel like she just gives the overall femininity and just power of these other females, but one, you still really admire everything about her.
Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Judge Jackson Denchikoff and his ringman, Adrian Denchikoff. The showmen will finish exiting the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now would like to welcome to the ring Judge Paisley Bertram and her ring person, Madison Bowius. And we'll bring back our 5 junior showmen. Once again, the junior showmen in this class include show number 111, Garrett Ruzika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef Club. 112 is Wyatt Saylor from Fallen East 4-H Beef. $113, the entry from Tegan French of Marathorpe 4-H Beef. $114 is Tell Peterson from Edgerton 4-H Multi-Club. And $115, the entry from Macy Lister of East Sounding Creek 4-H Beef. These junior showmen in for their second class, and following this class I will have the members who advance to our junior showmanship final. I turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the ring, and comments now from Judge Paisley Bertram.
All right. Thank you all for coming in the ring. I know your animals are being kind of feisty, but so for today, our class, in first place, we have this red heifer. She just has, a really nice big frame on her, big legs to support her, a little tighter shoulders to help calving ease. I just really appreciate that heifer. And second, we have this gorgeous little black heifer. She's very clean fronted. She's got a really nice, well-built size to her. I just really love these heifers in this class. And third, we're coming in with this Black Angus heifer. She's not as straight in the top as the heifers above her, but she's still really well filled out heifer for her frame size, and just is really doing amazing. These heifers could really just survive easily in a pasture full of grass. This heifer I've placed in third. She's just not quite as comparable to the heifers above. She's got a little higher flank than the other ones, but she's still a gorgeous heifer, really nice build on her, really nice frame size. And this heifer in last, she just could use a little more time, but overall still a very gorgeous heifer, and I just really love her overall build to her, and good job, guys.
Thank you to Judge Paisley Bertram and her ringman, Madison Buias. And advancing in junior showmanship, advancing to our final from this class, we have entry 111, Garrett Rizika, and 112, Wyatt Saylor. Advancing in junior showmanship to the final, 111, Garrett Rizika, and 112, Wyatt Saylor. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the ring Judge Tacey French and ringman Tayden French. And on your program, if you have a program, 116 was a scratch, but we like to keep the classes of equal size for each show team to have an equal opportunity. So Emma Cook had to leave, but her brother Quade Cook from Rumsey Rowley is back in to keep our classes at 5. So thank you to Quade Cook for returning to the ring, not competing in showmanship in this class. 117 is the entry of Chloe Robertson from Rocky South 4-H Beef Club. .118 is Sienna Stone from Lakedale 4-H Beef. 119, Hiller Gartner from Eagle Beef and Multi 4-H Club. 120 is Logan Mathon from Bowen Beef. This showmanship class will only be going through the ring once, as we only needed one set of cattle for one senior showman team, so I now turn your attention to the ring and comments from Judge Tacey French.
I'd like to start off by thanking the 4-H Alberta Beef Committee for having me out here to judge today, as well as my partner Tayden here to help me sort the ring. I'd also like to extend a huge thank you to the Stettler Egg Society for letting us use this wonderful facility here to make our show so much better. I'd also like to thank the sponsors and all the parents. Without their support, we would not be able to be gathered here today. I start off the class with this powerful heifer. You have to admire how clean she is in her lines, how elegant she is up and through her front 1/3, and the overall presence she brings. She is extremely flexible out on the move, and you really have to admire just how much power and strength she has to her. She's going to go out and make an amazing mama cow. I follow through in second place with this heifer. She is an extremely big, broody female. She carries a lot of muscling throughout her. You really have to appreciate for how wide she is over her top and how much the depth she carries throughout her body. You really have to, again, appreciate how she is so elegant through her lines and is an overall very high quality female. And my third place heifer was my challenging heifer between my second and third heifer. You could flip-flop them any day. But she's an extremely big, nice frame size heifer. Where she just lacks for me today is in terms of the overall capacity, and she maybe doesn't carry the same depth compared to the female above her, but she is an extremely long female, and when she gets out and is on the move, you really have to appreciate for how clean strided she is. The heifer I follow in next with, you really admire how big she is and how much strength she has to her. She's going to go out and produce some phenomenal steers. I just like to even her up and blend her tail head in a little bit for me today, but she's a phenomenal female. Rounding off the class, I'd like to clean up the back feet on this female. She's an extremely showy heifer, and I grant her for that. You have to admire how long she is and smooth through her lines, but again, a very good, complete class of heifers, and good job to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Tacey French and her ringman, Tayden French. Advancing in junior showmanship from this class, advancing to the junior showmanship final, we have entry 119, Hiller Gartner, and 120, Logan Mathon. So advancing in junior showmanship from this class, 119, Hiller Gartner, 120, Logan Mathon. We have one more split of junior showmanship, and then we'll move into the junior showmanship final. So all the junior showmanship finalists who advanced, if you can be ready and standing by, this next class will run only one time for one senior show team, and then we will move directly into the junior showmanship final. So one more class and then our junior showmanship final. So ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome to the ring Judge Chase Forsyth, and his ringmen are Malaya Stone and Caleb Stone. So we have 2 ringmen for this show team. And our junior showmen in this class include 121, the entry from Carter Kamala of West Carstairs 4-H Beef. 122 is Darian Rizika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef. 123, Clyde Griffith from Hanna Rangeland 4-H Multi-Club. 124 is Branson Dents from Del Bonita 4-H Club. And 135, Landon Jaffrey from Bluffton West 4-H Beef Club. And so these junior showmen will go just the one time in this class, as we have the one show team adjudicating this class. Then we will move directly to our junior showmanship final. I just realized, ladies and gentlemen, that apparently show number 135, Mr. Landon Jaffrey, is not, in the words of the infamous Hoss Hammer, not racing with us today. So thank you to Quade Cook, who is back in to keep 5 animals for our show team to make that fair and equal. So thank you to Quade Cook for once again returning to the ring. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take an opportunity to thank the sponsors of the 2025 4-H Alberta Beef Show. At ringside, we have a banner that recognizes all of our sponsors, but I would like to also just share with you all the sponsors. The Government of Alberta, Alberta Recycling, Alta Link, Calgary Stampede Foundation, UFA, Alberta Financial Services Corporation, Federated Co-ops Limited, Alberta Beef Producers, Secure, Cargill, Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, Farm Credit Canada, Livestock Identification Services, Leader Products, and Farm Credit Canada. So thank you to all of those sponsors. I think we should give them a round of applause. Without our sponsors, it wouldn't be possible. And also, we need to pass out a big thank you to Kamala Farms for bringing the generator for us and supplying power. Thank you to Kamala Farms. And also, let's have a round of applause for Kamala Farms. And also thank you to Bagshaw Electric for helping out with some other generators and power as well. So thank you as well to Bagshaw Electric. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Chase Forsyth.
I'd like to start by thanking Alberta 4-H for putting on this event and allowing us to bring our animals here. And I'd also like to thank you, the Stettler Ag Society, along with our sponsors and supporters for helping put on this show this year. We based this class mostly on the longevity of the animal, how long we think they'll be able to last in your herd. And I think this girl is a nice first place. She's got a good bend in her legs that will support her for her whole life. She's got nice hooves, could be a little better on the back feet, but not too bad. I think she's a good, flashy animal, a solid first place. Moving on to our Angus here. She's got a nice size. She'll be able to support a good calf, nice hind flanks. Her legs are a little too straight for my liking, not as much support as our first place. So that's why you got bumped down to second. Moving on to our Simmental here. Again, she's got a little too straight of legs for my liking, a little bit emptier here, but she is still a very solid cow, and I'd be very happy to have her in my herd. Moving down to fourth, we have another Black Angus here. Her feet are just not, her hooves are not as big as I would like. Her legs are a little too straight, and she's got a bit of an awkward walk to her, but she's got the size to support a very strong calf. And rounding out this class, we have a very nice colored Black Angus, which has a little bit of an awkward walk with too straight a leg. Well, her legs aren't too bad, but her hooves are not what I would be looking for my herd. Now, this is just how I placed them, but this was a very close class, and anyone could place them any number of ways. I butchered that. I think it's okay for the first time.
Thank you to Judge Chase Forsyth and his ring people, Malaya Stone and Caleb Stone. And the junior showmen who advanced to the junior showmanship final from this class are entry 123, Clyde Griffith, and 124, Branson Dents. So advancing in junior showmanship to our final, Clyde Griffith and Branson Dents. And we will move now into that junior showmanship final. So we have 10 junior members in our junior showmanship final. And thank you to Mr. Levi Martin, a longtime exhibitor at the Provincial 4-H Heifer Show. Thank you to him for volunteering as our acting judge for this junior showmanship final. And our junior showmanship finalists include 104, Greeley Robertson, 105, Tulsa Smith, 106, Kellen Gardner, 108, Michael Richards, 111, Garrett Rizika, 112, Wyatt Saylor, 119 is Hiller Gartner. 120, Logan Mathon. And from the past class, 123, Clyde Griffith. And 124 is Branson Dents. Your 10 junior showmanship finalists, ladies and gentlemen, and our championship drive. And also in our ring, we should thank our ringman who is ringing this class for us, his 4-H dad and longtime 4-H supporter and athletic supporter, Mr. Brothy Gardner. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be announcing the top 5 placings in this junior showmanship contest. We will have a top 5. Our showmanship judge will congratulate her champion in reserve, and then I will announce later the other 3 individuals in no particular order who are also in the top 5. So at this time, I'd like to turn the mic to our showmanship adjudicator today and have some comments from Judge Justine Bullock.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me out here today. Like Bill said in the comments there's truly nothing better than being at a cow show, and especially with kids. I always find it a real privilege to come out, and I really love judging showmanship. It's really a key to having cattle and being in the show ring. So exceptional group of kids, especially this championship class. Yeah, what a treat to watch you guys. You guys are amazing. So I guess it's my job to nitpick, why I use this person or why I use that person. So I guess I'll just give you a few tips, and then I'll select my champion reserve. So, and for the kids that went back to the barns too, if you're listening, just make sure that when you come in, you're using the whole ring. Lots of times, you like to cut corners, and when you're circling around, make sure you take a nice big circle. I kind of married a firecracker of a guy, so when I show cattle, I try to bring a calm energy to the ring and to my animals, especially at home. When I judge showmanship too, it's you kind of look for somebody that really gets along with her animal. That you can tell they put in the time at home. So even when you're at home with your animals, instead of just tying them up and letting them go, lots of times we take ours out onto the front lawn and we just kind of hang out with them, and you get to know them and they get to know you. So all those things help when you're in the ring, just knowing your animals. So but this was an exceptional class, exceptional group of showmen. With that, I'll select my champion and then reserve. Great job, guys.
Thank you, Justine, for those comments. The 2025 champion junior showman is entry 105, Tulsa Smith, your grand champion junior showman. And reserve champion junior showman goes to entry 104, Greeley Robertson. And also, ladies and gentlemen, in the top 5, our judge has selected as well in the top 5, 106, Callan Gartner, 111, Garrett Rizika, and 119, Hiller Gartner. Awesome job, junior showman. Having completed our junior showmanship, we next will move into the intermediate showmanship, and the intermediate showman will be adjudicated by junior show teams, and so several of our junior show team members are currently in the ring. We have to give them a little time to get ready and prepared for their show team judging, so it would be a great opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody to stand up and spread their legs for a while. Okay, 4-H members and ladies and gentlemen, and those viewing on DLMS, welcome back. Our short little break. We now move into the junior show teams and the intermediate showmanship. And we welcome to the ring Judge Wyatt Saylor and his ringman, Tel Peterson. Once again, our intermediate showman will be going 2 times so that we have enough cattle for our junior show teams to adjudicate. So, in for their first heat in showmanship, we welcome to the ring 201, Dana Rizika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef. 202 is Brant Lister from East Sounding Creek 4-H Beef. 203, Daniel Pearson from Central Lacombe 4-H Beef. 205 is Hannah Inge from Three Cities 4-H Beef Club. And 206, Jet Doran from Eagle Beef and Malty 4-H Club. I believe actually that 205 is not racing with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for comments from Judge Wyatt Saylor.
I would like to thank Stellar Egg Society for having us out here to judge today. Rolling into our class, we have this beautiful black heifer. She is really nice for the front end and back, and nice feet structure, nice top line on her. Rolling into our second place heifer. No, I don't. No, I don't. She has very good muscle on her, just has a little too much power, and her one foot has not as good structure as all the others, but otherwise she's pretty good. Rolling into our third place heifer, she's quite deep, nice top line on her, but she needs more power in her strides to compete with the two above her. Rolling into the fourth place cow. She needs more filling in her and needs to be deeper. Also, I would like to trim up her hooves on her. Nice udder though. And thank you for having me to judge this class.
Thank you, Judge Wyatt Saylor and his ringman, Tel Peterson. And these intermediate showmen will exit the ring and they will return for a second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Callan Gartner and her ring person, Hiller Gartner. And we welcome back our intermediate showmen. They're led in by entry 201, Dana Rizika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef Club. .202 is Brant Lister from East Sounding Creek 4-H Beef, followed in by entry 203, Daniel Pearson from Central Lacombe 4-H Beef. And rounding out this first showmanship class, 206, Jet Doran from Eagle Beef and Malty 4-H Club. Following this completion of this class, I will have some advancers in intermediate showmanship. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments now from Judge Callan Gartner.
Help me put your hands together for an amazing set of females. Not only are these females amazing, but this show is so awesome. I've had a blast the first couple of days, and I would just love to thank Tracy and her committee for putting on the revamped Provincial Beef Heifer Show. Please put your hands together for Tracy and her committee. Starting off this class, I placed this big broody black heifer. She's super powerful and she is extended in her front end and she's super feminine. She just caught my eye when she first walked in the ring, a really nice female. Moving down to my second place heifer, she's super broody, she's got a lot of muscle. To just compete with the first place heifer, I just make her a little bit more feminine in her front end. Going down to my third place heifer, it's just a little moderate framed female, a super long bodied female. I just make her a little bit bigger framed female. She isn't the most feminine in her front end, but a super nice female. Moving down to fourth place, a really nice cow. I would just like to fix up her udder structure, and she's a little green for my liking, but overall a really nice females.
Thank you to Judge Callan Gartner and her ringman, Hiller Gartner. And advancing in showmanship to the intermediate showmanship final, advancing from this class in showmanship, 201 Dana Rizika and 203 Daniel Pearson. Advancing to the intermediate showmanship final, Dana Rizika and Daniel Pearson. We now welcome to the ring Judge Riley Kamala and his ringman Garrett Rizika. The intermediate showmen in this class include show number 207, Jenner Iluk from Eagle Beef and Malty. 208 is Luke Henderson from Erskine 4-H Beef Club. 209, Dallas Saylor from Fallen East 4-H Beef. 210 is Dryden Robertson from Irvine 4-H Beef, and 211 Bronwyn Zwicker from Meadowview 4-H Malty. These intermediate showmen are in for their first of 2 heats of intermediate showmanship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments from Judge Riley Kamala.
I would like to. I would like. I would like to thank the Stenler Agri College Sociality for putting on this show and inviting us here. We none of us could have never done it without you guys. The heifer that comes in first is really long, really powerful, has tons of length to her. The heifer that comes in second, tons of power, really has tons of length, but I would just like to make it a little bit more longer in my likings. The heifer that comes in, third, fourth, fifth? Heifer that comes in third, really nice heifer. She's really long, really powerful, but I would just like to add a little more flank to her, and that's it. One that comes in fourth, really nice heifer, really long, tons of power, but I would just like to make her more deep and more flank. The heifer that comes in last, really nice heifer. I would just like to make it a little more deeper and more straight and more deeper, and yeah.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Riley Kamala and his ringman, Garrett Rizika. And these intermediate showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. I now would like to welcome to the ring Judge Tulsa Smith and her ringman, Greeley Robertson. And we welcome back to the ring our intermediate showmen that include entry 207, Jenner Eluk from Eagle Beef and Multi. 208 is Luke Henderson from Erskine 4-H Beef. Show number 209, Dallas Saylor from Fallen East 4-H Beef. .210 is the entry for Dryden Robertson of Irvine 4-H Beef. And 211, Bronwyn Zwicker from Meadowview 4-H Multi. Following this class, I will have those who advance to our intermediate showmanship final. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Tulsa Smith.
Well, I would like to start off by giving a huge thank you to the Stettler Agricultural Society and 4-H Alberta for putting on this amazing event. I chose to start off the class with a really powerful, super broody black heifer. She's sound on the move, she's wide over her top, and when you get behind her, a very solid heifer to start off the class. In second place, I have a shorthorn heifer. She's also very powerful. If I were to change her ever so slightly so she could compete with the heifer above her, I would shorten up her hooves just a slight bit, but she's very feminine and a very complete heifer in second place. Moving down to third place, I have another extremely powerful Black Angus. She just gets a little bit over-conditioned for my liking today, so that is why I put her in third place and not any higher. But again, a great complete female. I had a little bit of trouble with this red heifer deciding where to put her. If she was going to be placed any higher in this class today, I would give her a little longer stride. She gets a little short when she's on the walk. I chose to round out the class today with this Black Blaze Face heifer. She's a little bit younger than some of our heifers here today, but again, a very complete female. She's very balanced from front to back. However, if I were to change her so she could place higher today, I would make her more feminine through her front third. Overall, an amazing class of females. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Tulsa Smith and her ringman, Greeley Robertson. Advancing from this class in showmanship to the intermediate showmanship final, advancing 208, Luke Henderson, 210, Dryden Robertson. Advancing in intermediate showmanship, Luke Henderson and Dryden Robertson. We now welcome to the ring Judge Rexton Griffith and his ringman, Kaylee Ann Baird. The intermediate showmen in this class include show number 212, Anna White from Lakedale 4-H Beef, followed in by 213, the entry of Trig Peterson from Edgerton 4-H Multi-Club. 214 is Brianne Boyas from Chair Hill 4-H Multi. 215, Kessler Watts from Stettler Silver Stars 4-H Club. 216 is Nakabe Stone from Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. Your intermediate showmen in this class in for their first of 2 heats of intermediate showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for some comments from Judge Rexton Griffith.
First, I would like to say thank you for having me and my ring woman out here today. It's been real fun to judge. Next, I would like to thank the 4-H Alberta for putting this on, along with Stettler Ag Society. And for the parents, thank you guys for bringing the kids out, the animals, the tack. This couldn't happen without you guys. So thank you. I'd like to start this class off with this red heifer up front here. She's really just sound through her feet. She's got nice set on her. She's got the muscle capacity to raise nice, good calves in the future. She's real her top back is real strong, nice and even, and really carries through. In this second place effort here, I would just like to make her maybe a little bit bigger, make her back a little more straight. Overall, pretty good. I do like that heifer. Next, we get into our third place heifer here. Real nice, big through her rump. She's got good, strong legs, ready to carry a calf through. If I was just going to change one thing about her, I'd extend her neck a little bit farther off of her shoulder. Otherwise, very nice heifer. We get into this fourth place. Nice cow. She's got good legs. Really nice heifer, cow. She carries through nice and big. Maybe a little bit more tabletop on her. Overall, really nice heifer. Then we get into our fifth place here. If I was just going to change anything, I'd change her feet. They just look a little bit like they're pointing out on her. Overall, a very, very nice heifer. So thank you guys for coming out.
Thank you, Judge Rexton Griffith and his ringman, Kaylee-Ann Baird. And these intermediate showmen will exit and return for their second and final heat of intermediate showmanship. I now would like to welcome to the ring Judge Landon Jeffrey and his ringman, Michael Richards. Returning for their second and final heat of intermediate showmanship, we have 212 Anna White from Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. We just are holding the class for a second. We had a 4-H member ran into a panel back there, so we're giving her a minute to collect herself. Okay, so once again, we welcome Judge Landon Jeffrey and his ringman, Michael Richards. And we welcome in the intermediate showman, 212, Anna White from Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. 213 is the entry for Trig Peterson from Edgerton 4-H Multi-Club. And unfortunately, 214, Brianne, hope you're okay. Her cow did not want to cooperate today, so we've excused Brianne from this class. So following Trig Peterson is 215, the entry for Kessler Watts from the Stettler Silver Stars 4-H Club. And 216 is the entry from Nakabe Stone of Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. And we have added to this class, just for judging purposes, for the junior members, we have added a young lady at the end who is in, not for showmanship, just for the adjudication of our junior show team. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring and comments now from Judge Landon Jeffrey.
I'd like to say thank you to the for all the parents driving us out here with the calves and the tack stuff. And I'd like to say thank you to the what is this place called? Egg Society. Agrium for letting us use this. I placed this first place calf first because she has a nice back line, good feet, nice set of legs. I placed this red calf second because she has the same thing, but not the straightest back. I placed this third place calf because a good back line, good set of legs, but a little thin in the front end. I placed this fourth place heifer because nice and smooth and she has good legs. I placed this fifth place heifer because she has a good hair coat and she doesn't have the straightest back. So that's why I place this class of heifers.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Landon Jeffrey and his ringman, Michael Richards. Advancing from this class in intermediate showmanship to our showmanship final. Advancing, we have 212 Anna White and 213 Trig Peterson. Advancing to the intermediate showmanship final, 212 Anna White and 213 Trig Peterson. We now welcome to the ring the junior show team, Judge Piper May and ringman Logan Mathon. The intermediate showmen in this class include show number 217, Lexi Mathon from Bowie Beef. 219, Brianna Lister from East Sounding Creek 4-H Beef. 220 is Ellie Doran from Eagle Beef and Multi 4-H Club. And 221 is Bryn Burkhart from Armina 4-H Beef Club. The intermediate showmen in this class in for their first of 2 heats of intermediate showmanship. Has anyone checked out the ground conditions outside? Are they a little sloppy or are they still warm, drying up? Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready for comments from Judge Piper May.
First of all, I would like to thank the Sylvan Egg Society for sponsoring this show, and the parents for bringing all these kids here to show their animals very proudly. We're starting with this tan cow. In first place, she has a nice long body. She's nice and deep. She has a lot of width to her, and her legs are really nice, and they hold her up really sturdy. The heifer here I have in second, this Red Angus. She has a nice straight top line. She has a lot of depth, and what I would just add to her is a little more width to her. This heifer here I have in fourth place. She has a nice straight long back. She doesn't have the depth I would like, but she has a lot of width to her, and her legs are really nice. And her feet are really good as well. The heifer here I have in the bottom placement of my class. She has a lot of length to her. She has a lot of depth. She just doesn't have the width. Her legs are a bit too straight, but her feet are really nice. So give this class of bred heifers a round of applause.
Thank you, Judge Piper May and ringman Logan Mathon. These intermediate members will now exit the ring and they will return for a second and final heat of intermediate showmanship. We now welcome to the ring junior show team Judge Darian Rizika and her ringman Clyde Griffith. And we'll bring back our 4 intermediate showmen. They include show number 217, Lexi Mathon from Bow In Beef. 219 is Brianna Lister from East Sounding Creek 4-H Beef. 220, Ellie Doran from Eagle Beef and Multi. And 221, Bryn Burkhart from Armina 4-H Beef Club. Following this class, we will have some more who advance to our intermediate showmanship final. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for comments from Judge Darian Rizika.
I'd like to start off by thanking the Stettler Ag Society for making this happen, and 4-H Alberta for letting us all be here. So let's give them a round of applause. I'd like to start off by putting this tan heifer in my first place. Her feet are really powerful. They hold her up, and I think next year, as a 2-year-old, she's gonna be really good. And how she sets up her top line, it shows the rest of the crew behind her how they need to do it to theirs. I have this black blazed heifer in my second place. Her feet are really nice set up, and her top line, it's really down, but when you look at her back end, it's really square, and her underline, it's really powerful when you look at it. And this second place heifer is really powerful looking, not as powerful as my first place heifer though. My third place heifer, really nicely set up. Her back end, it's not as set up as my second placed. Her top line, it could be a little more longer. She's kind of stretched, and her feet are really nicely in place. Moving on to my last placed heifer, her feet are really, they're in the right position, but I think she could fix her front one, might be a little too stretched out, and her underline, it's really kind of narrow. Her top line, it's really in, but looking from the front view, it's all just so organized. I'd like to thank all these members to come out and show these awesome heifers.
Thank you to Judge Darian Rizika and her ringman, Clyde Griffith. And advancing in intermediate showmanship to our final, advancing, we have show number 217, Lexi Mathon, and 221, Bryn Burkhart. So advancing in intermediate showmanship, Lexi Mathon and Bryn Burkhart. We now welcome to the ring Judge Tegan French and his ringman, Macy Lister. The intermediate showman in this class, show number 222, Liam Richards from Fort Saskatchewan Beef. 223 is Jordy Dent from Del Bonita 4-H Club. 224, Sarah Jane Rizika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef. 225 is Rory Huram from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. And 226, Hayden Kamala from West Carstairs 4-H Beef Club. These intermediate showmen in for their first of 2 heats in intermediate showmanship. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll have some comments from Judge Tegan French.
First, I'd like to start by thanking my ringmen and 4-H Alberta for putting together this wonderful event. And to start off this class, we have this great heifer walking in the ring. And she caught my eye because she's long, deep, and has a good udder development. The heifer behind it, she just needed a bit more size, and then she would have probably won the class. And then the heifer after it, she just kind of didn't seem that eye appealing, and I'd like her to be a bit bigger. And then the heifer after that, she's not the most feminine heifer, but still a great heifer. And then after that, this animal looks a bit like a cow. That is why I placed this class the way I did.
Thank you to Judge Tegan French and his ringman, Macy Lister. These intermediate showmen will exit the ring and return for a second and final heat in intermediate showmanship. We now welcome to the ring our final junior show team, the team of Judge Chloe Robertson and ringman Quade Cook and Blair Becker. And we bring back our intermediate showmen that include 222 Liam Richards from Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef, 223 Jordy Dens from Del Bonita 4-H Club, 214 Sarah Jane Rizika from Iron Creek 4-H Beef, 225 Rory Hurram from West Carstairs 4-H Beef, and 226 Hayden Kamala from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. Following this class, we will once again have some intermediate members who advance to our intermediate showmanship final. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments from Judge Chloe Robertson.
I picked this black Simmental for first place. She has really good conformation and looks very feminine. She has a nice big butt. Her tail, she looks very fluffy. I place this heifer for second because she looks very feminine, not as feminine as our other heifer in first place. She's not as long as the heifer I placed in front of her. I place this black cow in third because she doesn't have the right as wide ribs as the other one to be placed in front of the other ones. I place this one in fourth because she was a little spread out sometimes, smaller framed. I place this heifer in fifth because she was we were hoping she would have a little bigger frame. I thought that she would do better today, and this is why I place these heifers. They all look very nice.
Thank you to our judge, Chloe Robertson, and our ringman, Blair Becker. Advancing from that split of showmanship is Sarah Jane Rizika and Hayden Kamala. Next in the ring, we will have Dallas Saylor as our judge and Lexi Mathon as her ringman. For our showmanship in this class, we have 227, Caden Dolman, 228, Casey Bard, 229, Bristol Saylor, and 230, Trayden French.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for comments from Judge Dallas Saylor.
Before I get into my comments, I wanted to thank the Stettler Egg Society for hosting a wonderful show here today. I also wanted to thank the Provincial Heifer Show committee for creating all these classes, getting volunteers, putting it all together. Without that, our exhibitors here wouldn't be able to show today. And also a round of applause for the parents who did bring all the exhibitors here. All right, into my comments. I start off by placing this mature Simmental cow first. This is an animal that really did catch your eye. It's hard to place breds above a mature animal such as the one I have in first place here. But this is an animal that really caught my eye. She's smooth-shouldered and deep. She also has that udder structure that I like to see. Just an animal that really rose to the top here today. Going into my second place animal with this black Angus, this is a heifer that also caught my eye. She's smooth-shouldered, long through that top line. She's wide, she's deep. She's a really good-looking animal. Again, it's hard to place a bred heifer over a mature animal. If anything, I just like to clean up her hind end a bit. For me, it just gets under herself a tad bit, but overall, a really nice animal. Going into my third place animal, this is an animal that really did stand out as well. She's a little bit broodier throughout that front end, but you have to appreciate her for her depth. The only reason she really came into third place here today is because she had a little bit of her toes are a little longer on her feet, but still an animal that stood out. Rounding off this class, I have this really feminine-made heifer. This heifer, you gotta really appreciate her for her style. She gets up on the move. She's a wonderful-looking animal. Again, just her style. She got outpowered here today, but really a heifer that could probably produce will produce heck of calves. Again, round of applause for all the exhibitors here coming out today.
Thank you to Judge Dallas Saylor and her ring person, Lexi Mathon. And those 4 intermediate showmen will return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to our ring the intermediate show team with Judge Hannah Inge and her ringman, Nakabe Stone. We welcome back our intermediate showman, 227, is Caden Dolman from Bluffton West 4-H Beef Club. 228, Caden Spared from Hannah Rangeland 4-H Multi Club. 229 is Bristol Sailor from Lakedale 4-H Light Horse Club. And 230, Trayton French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef. Your 4 intermediate showmen in this class, and following this class we will have the final ones who advanced to our intermediate champion showmanship drive. And so following this class, we will have the intermediate showmanship final drive. So those of you who have advanced, I see most of you are already standing by, but that will be our next class, the intermediate showmanship final. And now we'll have some comments from Judge Hannah Enge.
I placed this cow in first because she's on the move very well, and she's held up her body condition really well for having a calf on her. She has a very good udder structure. This spread in second has a very good body structure. She's got lots of width to her and length. She just falls. It's hard to place a bred over top of a cow like the one in first. In this heifer in third place, I'd clean up her feet a little bit, but she's still got lots of length of body and width in her. And the heifer in fourth just lacked a bit of that length and a bit of that width, but she still had very nice feet, and she still traveled very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Hannah Enge and ring person Nakabi Stone. Advancing from this class to our intermediate showmanship final drive, advancing 227 Caden Dolman and 229 Bristol Sailor. Advancing in intermediate showmanship, Caden Dolman and Bristol Sailor. And that brings us now to our next class, the intermediate showmanship final. Once again, we welcome back to the ring past 4-H exhibitor, Mr. Levi Martin, as our acting judge, and thank you to Mr. Ryan Cook, who is providing our ring duties for this intermediate showmanship final drive. And in our intermediate showmanship final, we welcome in 201, Dana Rizika. 203 is Daniel Pearson. 208, Luke Henderson. 210, Dryden Robertson. 212, Anna White. 213, Trig Peterson. 217, Lexi Mathon. 221, Bryn Burkhart. 224, Sarah Jane Rizika. 226, Hayden Kamala. 227, Caden Dolman. And 229, Bristol Sailor. Your intermediate showmanship final. 4-H members, I would just like to bring to your attention as well that at 4 p.m. today will be the champion flock competition at 4 p.m. And the sheep members will need some extra leadsmen. So any beef members who would like to give the sheep members a hand with the champion flock at 4 o'clock, any beef members interested in helping out by exhibiting a sheep for the sheep members, you can please go to the sheep barn by around 3:30, and the sheep members there will very much appreciate your help with exhibiting the champion flocks. Also, 4-H members and parents, and ladies and gentlemen, there will be a supper this evening at 6 p.m., and that supper will be at the curling rink. So supper will be at 6 p.m. at the curling rink. Anyone who needs supper tickets, they still do have some supper tickets available at the office. So if you would like to attend the 6 p.m. supper at the curling rink, please go find them at the 4-H office, and they do have some more supper tickets available. For-H members, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will call upon our adjudicator of our showmanship contest here at the Provincial Show, Justine Bullock, and we will have her give some comments on this intermediate showmanship drive. And then she will go out and Justine will congratulate her champion and reserve showman. And I also then, after that, will share with you the other 3 intermediates who are in our top 5. So comments now from Judge Justine Bullock.
All right, another exceptional group again we have out here today, and a really big class as well. So sometimes it gets hard to find your right spot and to really show off your animal. So I guess that's what I was looking for most, is who's, presenting their animal to the judge the best, making sure you're in the right spot, you're not getting hidden in corners. You know, I really appreciate somebody that's just, you almost don't even notice them. They're kind of cool as a cucumber. You know, movements are really slow. You know, their energy is really calm. Yeah, those are things I look for, and those are kind of what separate the top two from the rest of the group. So, but fabulous job. I wish I could pick, you know, the whole group out here. You guys all do a great job. So you make my job tough, and that's awesome. Thank you.
Champion Intermediate Showman from the Iron Creek Beef Club, Dana Rizika, your champion Intermediate Showman. And your reserve champion Intermediate Showman comes from the Irvine Beef Club, Dryden Robertson. And the intermediates that round out the top five. The other top five intermediate showmen include show number 203, Daniel Pearson from the Central Lacombe Club, top five. Also in our top five, entry 221, Bryn Burkhart from Armina 4-H Beef. And the other top five finisher, entry 226, Hayden Kamala from West Carstairs. Excellent job, intermediate showmen. What a great group of showmen. Well done. Since we have so many of our intermediates currently in the ring and we're moving into more intermediate show teams, once again, we will take a short break to give them individuals time to put their cattle away. So a great time for everybody to stand up and spread their legs. We now welcome to the ring our intermediate show team, Judge Liam Richards and ringman Bristol Saylor. The senior showman, first split of senior showmanship, and in this class we have entry 300, Jackson Denchikoff from Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. 301 is the entry from Maya Neckfingers Iluk from Eagle Beef and Malty. And 302 is Chase Forsyth from Vegreville 4-H Beef Club. 303, the entry from Danica Anderson from the Port Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club. The first of two heats for our senior showman in this class. Now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on this class. Judge Liam Richards.
Before I start giving reasons for this class, I'd first like to thank all the sponsors and all the 4-H clubs to help make this show happen. So, first, I start with this 2-year-old cow. She's probably the most complete animal. She's deep-bodied. She has a wide barrel, and she's really wide when you look at her from the back. In second place, we have this bigger, longer heifer. She's really nice in the way that she's long-bodied and very wide on the top line, and walks very smoothly. In third, I have this tan heifer, tan cow. I would like to free her up a little bit more when she's walking. And otherwise, I would just like to give her a little bit more depth of body for her to place higher in this class. Otherwise, I think she has good width. And last, we have this heifer. I couldn't really place her any higher in this class today because the rest were all older than her. So I had to place her. But if she was placed in a class with with animals her age, she definitely placed really well.
Thank you, Judge Liam Richards and ring person Bristol Sailor. And those senior showmen will return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Rory Hurham and his ringman Hayden Kamala. And the senior showmen returning for their second and final heat. Show number 300 is Jackson Denchikoff from Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. 301 is Maya Aluk from Eagle Beef and Malty. 302, Chase Forsyth from Vegreville 4-H Beef Club. And 303, Danica Anderson from Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef. Once again, following the completion of this class, I will have for you some names of senior members who are advancing to our senior showmanship final. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to ringside, and we're now ready for comments from Judge Rory Hurham.
To start off this class today, I would like to thank all of our sponsors and our leaders to put this all together. To start off this class, we have this nice big Simmental cow. She gets out a little bit better than this cow in second. That's why I placed her above. This cow in second, she has a nice quality body. She's got nice teats. She just doesn't get out quite as well as this cow ahead of her. And I have this black heifer in third. It's hard to put her above mature cow, but she just had to beat this cow in the back a little because of her frame structure and her feet. Her feet just have a little bit better feet to her. And this cow on the back here, she's a good, strong cow. I'd just like to see a little bit more condition on her.
Thank you to Judge Rory Hurham and Ringman Hayden Kamala. Advancing from this class to the senior showmanship final, we have entry 300 Jackson Denchikoff and 301 Maya Uluk. So advancing in senior showmanship, Jackson Denchikoff and Maya Uluk. We now welcome to the ring Judge Ellie Doran and her ringman, Jet Doran. The senior showmen in this class include show number 305, Caleb Stone from Lakedale 4-H Beef, 306, Adrian Denchikoff, also from Lakedale 4-H Beef Club. 307 is Tacey French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef, and 308, Sawyer Pohl from Fallen East 4-H Beef. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on the class from Judge Ellie Doran.
Well, this is a really tough class. It definitely didn't make my job any easier, but I'd like to start with a thank you to my ringman, Jet Dorn. He's really a great help today and just being a phenomenal ringman. I'd also like to give a big thank you to the Stettler Agriculture Grounds for hosting this show. It's really phenomenal, and I've had such a blast here. And I also like to thank all the committee members and volunteers and organizers. This show couldn't be put on without you, as long as our partners and supporters as well. Starting off this class, I had put this red heifer. I didn't think too much of her at the start, but when I really got behind her in front of her, that perspective really changed. I really like the back end of her and how much depth she has, as well as she has a pretty tall, long, lengthy frame. She really fills that in through her rib cage and her front end. If there was one more thing I could change about her, I'd probably make her a little level on top, as well as just making her front end a bit wider and just evening her out. She has pretty great conformation, and she really topped my class with a hard decision today. Next, I'm coming in with this white heifer. She is definitely more of a smaller framed heifer, but I like how she fills herself out. She has a very hefty front end, which I really like about her, but when you get behind her, she definitely gets more high in her hips. But I would definitely like to level her a bit more out. She has great conformation, which was a seal of the deal for me. She would be a great cow, and I hope she raises a good, evenly laid out calf as she fills out through her rib cage. Moving on to this next red heifer, she was really nice to me. I really liked her at the start. She was very level on top and moved smoothly. Just her back legs were not the best for conformation today. Really nice heifer. I think she'll blend out to be a really nice cow with her udder placement, and her top line just wasn't up there today, but definitely any other day this cow was pretty phenomenal. Moving on to this bull calf, I really liked him. He's full. He's going to make a great bull for breeding purposes, and with some age, he's definitely one of the younger ones in this class today, but I like his round rump and smooths out on the top line as he's very level throughout. He sets up nicely for this young kid, and he's very smooth throughout his top line. Just his front feet are a bit close together, along with he's a bit tight in his shoulders. Overall, thank you for having me out here today with my ringman, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Ellie Doran and Ringman Jet Doran. The senior showmen will now exit, and they'll return for their second and final heat of senior showmanship. We now welcome to the ring Judge Daniel Pearson and his ringman Trig Peterson. And back into the ring, our senior showman. Show number 305 is Caleb Stone from Lakedale 4-H Beef. 306, Adrian Denchikoff from Lakedale 4-H Beef. 307, Tacey French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef. And showman number 308 is Sawyer Pohl from Fallen East 4-H Beef Club. Once again, at the completion of this class, I will have for you some senior members who will advance to the Senior Showmanship Final. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments from Judge Daniel Pearson.
I think we got a really good class of females here, just in terms of type and kind. I'm going to start off with the big broody red heifer. I think a female we really have to appreciate in terms of that capacious look that she gives us, as well as that overall structure that she has. I think a female that definitely is one of the more feminine ones in the class for me today, with a big hip on her, and handily wins the class for me. Moving down the line into the second place, the Charlet heifer, I think a female that's definitely more showy and smooth made, but I think a female that's just going to have to come down in my class today, just in terms of her frame size. If she was a frame size bigger, as well as her structure. If her structure was just a bit better, I think a female that could definitely come up higher and handily win this class for me. Moving on down to my third place heifer, I think we can flip this middle pair any way we want. I think she's just going to come out in third place for me today, just in terms of her being one of the more broody ones in the class. Again, I think a female we still have to appreciate in terms of that length and how level over the top she is. I think a female we still have to appreciate in terms of that depth, and overall I think a female that will easily take the third spot for me today. Rounding out the class, we got this bull calf that's extremely masculine, a bull calf that would handily take a class of his own kind. I think a bull calf we really have to appreciate in terms of his overall structure and that overall hip that he gives and that muscle and presence that he stands. And before me and my partner Trig leave here today, we'd like to thank the Provincial 4-H Board as well as the Stellar Egg Society for letting us come out here and judge today. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Daniel Pearson and Ringman Trig Peterson. And advancing in showmanship to the senior showmanship final from this class, advancing in showmanship, 306 Adrian Denchikoff and 308 Sawyer Pohl. Advancing in senior showmanship to the final, Adrian Denchikoff and Sawyer Pohl. We now welcome to our ring Judge Sarah Jane Rizika and her ring personnel, Cadence Baird and Brianna Lister, the ringman. And our senior showmen in this class include show number 309, Janine Smith from Gilby 4-H Beef. 310 is Mason Zwicker from Meadowview 4-H Multi. 311 is the entry from Madison Boyes of Chair Hill 4-H, from Chair Hill 4-H Multi. 312 is Erica Mathon from Bowen Beef. Our 4 senior showmen in this split of senior showmanship. Their first of 2 heats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments from Judge Sarah Jane Ruzicka.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank the Stellar Egg Society and the organizers for this show for making this possible. First off, I'd like to start this class with this big black heifer. I really like how feminine, deep-bodied, and smooth-fronted she is. The heifer that sits in second place here, she has really good foot structure and she's really sound when she gets out on the move. Really wide over the top, really feminine heifer. Then the heifer that sits in third here, she's really feminine, really straight topped, lots of capacity. And the heifer that sits in last here, in fourth, she just got a little outpowered. You know, not as feminine as the ones that sit above her, but overall, a really straight topped heifer.
Thank you to Judge Sarah Jane Ruzicka and her ring people, Cadence Baird and Brianna Lister. And the senior showmen now exit and will return for their second and final heat of senior showmanship. We now welcome Judge Bronwyn Zwicker and her ring person, Brianne Bowius. And we welcome back the senior showman, show number 309, Janine Smith from Gilby 4-H Beef. 310, the entry for Mason Zwicker of Meadowview 4-H Multi. 311 is Madison Bowius from Chair Hill 4-H Multi. And 312, Erica Mathon from Bowen Beef. Following this class, once again, I will give you some names of senior members who are advancing to the senior showmanship final. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and now we will have comments from Judge Bronwyn Zwicker.
Starting off, I'd really like to thank the Stellar Ag Society for putting on this show, and I'd like to thank my ringman for getting these cattle moving along. Starting off, I have this black heifer. She's really stout made, clean over her top line. I like how clean fronted she is. The way her head sits on the top of her neck is phenomenal. I like the way her tail head sinks into the back of her rump. Maybe if I could fix something, I'd like to keep that back leg from turning out a little bit, but overall, just a peak heifer. Coming into second, I really like the way this heifer pairs up with my first heifer. I like the way she's really clean over her top line, clean front-headed, stout. I like the way she sits on her hocks. Maybe change one thing about her, deepen out her flank a little bit, but overall, really good heifer that pairs up with my top one. Coming into third, you could really switch these heifers any way you want. This heifer is a January heifer, so she got more time on feet a little bit more. Maybe where I falter a little bit is how I'd like to clean her up under her navel and over her top line a little bit and clean her up in her front end. Overall, I really like the way she has an explosive rib. She sets well on her feet. Maybe I could loosen her up a little bit while she's walking, but overall, just a really well heifer. This heifer, I had a really hard time placing her to round off my class day because given the fact that she's an end of the March heifer, I really like the size of frame she's got going on for her, how big her rib is, but maybe just a little more time on feed and this heifer is going to do really well for you in the future. Maybe just drop her flank a little bit, but she sets really well and gets out on the move really well. I like the way her head sits on the top of her neck, but overall, just a really great class of heifers.
Thank you to Judge Bronwyn Zwicker and her ring person, Brianne Boyes. And from this heat of senior showmanship, advancing to our senior showmanship final, entry 310, Mason Zwicker, and 312, Erica Mathon. Advancing in senior showmanship, Mason Zwicker and Erica Mathon. We now welcome to our ring Judge Trenton French and his ringman Brant Lister. Our senior showmen in this class include show number 313, Paisley Robertson from Irvine 4-H Beef Club, and 315, Jace Hurram from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. And thank you to Quinn and Hannah, the young ladies that are in for adjudication for our show team only. So, 2 senior showmen competing in showmanship in this class. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comments from Judge Trenton French.
First off, today I would like to thank 4-H Alberta for having me out to evaluate this class. First off, I'd like to start this class with the straight black heifer. She caught my eye because she's quite deep, she's feminine. Overall, a really nice heifer. Moving on in this class, this straight red heifer. I'd like to widen her out. She's long. I'd like to make her deeper, but overall, a good heifer. This heifer calf, she's longer, she's wider, maybe deepen her out, but she's good. Moving down to this baldy heifer, I'd maybe like to set down her tail head a little bit and deepen her out. But overall, a really great set of heifers. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Trenton French and Ringman Brant Lister. These members will exit the ring and return for a second heat. We welcome to the ring Judge Luke Henderson and his ringman Dana Ruzicka. And the senior showmen in this class once again include entry 313 Paisley Robertson from Irvine 4-H Beef and 315 Jace Hiram from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. And thank you to the two young ladies who are exhibiting to give us the right number of animals for our show teams. So thank you to Quinn and Hannah. We will now have comments on the class from Judge Luke Henderson.
I'd like to start out this class with a very powerful black female with tons of rib shape. I love the power to this heifer, the width of top, and the feminine front end. The heifer here in second is, I admire her for her udder structure as well as her feminine front end, but I would like to maybe add some more substance to this heifer as well as free her up on the move. The calf here in third, I really admire for power and femininity. She's just not old enough to compete with the two breds above her. The bred heifer that rounds out the class is a very functional heifer who I just maybe would like to change a little bit in her front end as well as her udder, as well as adding a little bit more flex to her pasterns. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Luke Henderson and Ringman Dina Rizika. Advancing to the senior showmanship final. Advancing, we have 313, Paisley Robertson, and 315, Jace Huram. So advancing to the senior showmanship final, Paisley Robertson and Jace Huram. We welcome to our ring Judge Jordy Dents and his ringman, Bryn Burkhart. The senior showmen in this class include show number 317, Tayden French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef. 318, Mylea Stone from Lakedale 4-H Beef. And 319 is Paisley Bertram from Foothills 4-H Sheep and Multi Club. And thank you once again to Hannah for returning to give us a fourth animal for the adjudication for our show teams. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have some comments from our judge, Jody Dens.
Me and Bryn would just like to take a second to thank the Stettler Egg Society for donating this wonderful facility for this event. I would also like to thank Tracy Disloff and the 4-H Provincial Show Committee for making this event possible and as fun as they can. As part of a show committee myself, I do know sometimes events like this take months and even years to make this happen. So I'd just like to say thanks to him. Okay, I chose this black calf here. I just really like her femininity throughout her front line. I really like what she's given for her birth date. I think she'll go on to be a really powerful heifer over time. With this second place Simmental right here, she just maybe falls behind a little bit in her front end. Maybe just like to clean that up. I would also maybe just like to clean up her front feet. But besides, a really powerful female that will go on to produce calves over time. With this third place female that I have here today, I just maybe wish she could give a little bit more better foot structure, maybe a little bit more width over her top line and twist. The reason why she falls behind today is because of those reasons. But still, a really powerful female with lots of muscle that will go on to produce a really good calf. And I really like this female. It's just that those feet I just maybe like to fix and maybe change a little bit, but still a really powerful female that we have in third here today. With this, rounding out my class today, this heifer right here, she is a really good heifer for her birth date. It's just maybe that she just maybe falls behind in her depth within her body. She just maybe slumps behind a bit in those shoulders, and maybe she falls apart a bit in those back feet and twist. But a really good female and really big and really muscular for her age. This is a really good heifer. She will be really good. She just maybe falls behind today in this class. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Jordy Dents and Ringman Bryn Burkhart. These members exit the ring and they will return for their last and final heat of senior showmanship. We now welcome to the ring Judge Kessler Watts and his ringman, Caden Dolman. And we welcome back in the senior showman. 317 is Tayden French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef. 318, Mylea Stone from Lakedale 4-H Beef. 319 is Paisley Bertram from Foothills 4-H Sheep and Multi Club. And thank you once again to Hannah for exhibiting to give us a fourth animal in this class for adjudication by our judging team. Once again, 4-H members, beef members, I'd like to remind you that the 4-H sheep show will be having their flock contest at 4 o'clock, and they need extra leadsmen. So any beef members who would like to show a sheep, it would be much appreciated. They need our help. So beef members, you can go to the sheep barn anytime here now and talk to some of the sheep members. They will need extra leadsmen for exhibiting their flocks. They will very much appreciate your help. And also, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, at 6 p.m. tonight, there will be a supper at the curling rink. Everyone is welcome. If you don't have tickets, you can see someone at the 4-H office. I believe there still are supper tickets available. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have comments from Judge Kessler Watts.
Thank you. Before I judge this class today, I'd like to give a big thank you to our sponsors. I'd like to give a thank you to the Stettler Egg Society. I'd like to give a thank you to the 4-H Provincial Show Committee. And I'd also like to give a big thank you to the parents for allowing us to come out here today. To start off this class, have this blaze-faced red heifer. I really like this heifer when you look at her. Nice and deep throughout the body. You go to her back for a nice rump on her, nice connection from her neck to her head. Overall, a really proper heifer that I would personally put into my herd. Next off, we have this little black calf here. Honestly, it was really hard for me to choose between the first place and second place, but I really like this calf because of its structure on it, its build on it. One thing that I would touch up is just a bit of the front legs, but overall, I really like this calf. On third place here, we have this blazed face again. I really like this heifer. I just found that she was a bit smaller and less muscular when you looked at her rump. But overall, I like this animal's depthness, its length. I really just felt this animal could have had a bit more muscling to it, but I really like this animal overall. To finish off this class, we have this black blazed face here. I really love this animal for its birthday. A nice thick animal throughout its body. I liked how wide its rump was. I just found that it got a tiny bit outpowered in the class, but overall, I really like this animal. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Judge Kessler Watts and Ringman Caden Dolman. And advancing to the Senior Showmanship Final, advancing 317 Tayden French and 319 Paisley Bertram. Advancing to the Senior Showmanship Final, Tayden French and Paisley Bertram. That being our final, we will move now, that was our final heat of Senior Showman, and so we will now move into our Senior Showmanship Final Drive. And it also concluded our show team judging contest, and so I think we need to put our hands together to thank the two ladies who spent all day adjudicating. And I'll have our 4-H member, Daniel Pearson, make a presentation to these two ladies. So great big thank you to Vicki Bradford and Paula Martin for adjudicating our show team. Thank you very much, ladies. Turning your attention to the ring, we welcome back once again Levi Martin. Levi, a longtime exhibitor at the Provincial 4-H show, and he will be our acting judge. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen, our Senior Showmanship Final Drive. First in, we have entry 300 for Jackson Denchikoff. .301 is Maya Uluk. .306, Adrian Denchikoff. .308, Sawyer Pohl. .310 is Mason Zwicker. Following Sawyer Pohl, we have 315, Jace Hurram. And once again, 310 is Mason Zwicker. 312, Erica Mathon. 313 is Paisley Robertson. 317, we have Tayden French. And 319, Paisley Bertram. Your 10 senior members in the Senior Showmanship Final. Thank you to our volunteer ringmen for this showmanship final too. Thank you to Cale Chesser, a past 4-H member and longtime exhibitor at the Provincial 4-H show. Thank you for your assistance. And once again, also, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you help me thank Baxter Blair with his media coverage here, and thank you so much to Double B Media for taking some great footage that'll be exciting for all of us to see. And thank you to Lexi Dietrich, who has been taking several candid shots today, and the photographer, and those pictures will be available for viewing on Ag Plus Designs website. 4-H members, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will call upon our showmanship judge, Justine Bullock, to make some comments on the senior showmanship final drive. She will congratulate a champion and a reserve, and following that, I will announce the other 3 individuals who complete our top 5. So at this time, I'd like to turn the mic to our showmanship judge, Judge Justine Bullock.
All right, another fantastic group of kids, but that's not surprising. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with what I've stuck with all day. I usually don't change it up too much. Just somebody that's really calm. Every time you look at them, their animal always looks good. Obviously, there's so many good kids in here, so it's really hard to pick. So at this point, it's really just personal preference and, you know, kind of who I would have on the halter if, you know, I needed a showman. So congratulations to you guys all. Mostly I just wanted to thank 4-H again for having me out, and I just wanted to say how special of a program it is. There's not very many programs, you know, that you can get so many life skills from public speaking, just to working with the team. The community work that you guys do throughout the year is so impressive, and I really hope you guys take that forward in your lives as you kind of, you know, enter the adult world, get jobs, those sorts of things. Because truly, there's no better kids than you guys right here. So congratulations. Thank you for having me out. I really appreciate it. And good luck tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand champion senior showman, entry 313, Paisley Robertson. And the reserve champion senior showman, entry 300, Jackson Denchikoff. Also in our top 5, ladies and gentlemen, show number 301, Maya Iluk. Also top 5, show number 310, Mason Zwicker. And rounding out our top 5 senior showman, entry 317, Tayden French. We'll have Lexi Dietrich get some photos with our judge, Justine Bullock, but also we would like to have another round of applause and a big thank you for Justine Bullock. And I believe one of our 4-H volunteers there, yes, Miss Rogers, will present her with a thank you. And we would like to get some photos in front of the backdrop of our top 5.